Good evening, councillors, members of the public and staff. I declare the Ordinary Council meeting on the 25th of September 2024 open at 5:30 p.m. Can everyone please stand? I wish to acknowledge the Yarra people as the traditional custodians of the land that we're meeting on and recognise their strength, resilience and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Thank you. Item number 3. This meeting is being live streamed and audio recorded to facilitate community participation for minute-taking purposes, which may be released upon request to third parties. In accordance with Clause 6-16 of the Town of Port Hedland Standing Orders Local Law 2014, members of the public are not permitted to use any visual or audio electronic device or instrument to record any meeting unless that person has been given permission by the presiding member to do so. Members of the public are also reminded that in Clause 617-4 of Standing Orders, mobile phones must be switched off and not be used during the meeting. 3.1 Attendance. I note that Councillor Christensen, Councillor Turner and Councillor Bennett are apologies tonight. The other council will be listed under the 3.3 of the minutes. 3.2. Entertainment communications, there is nil. 3.3 apologies. Acting CEO, do you have any apologies at all?
Yes, Mayor, we've had apologies received from Deputy Mayor Christensen, Councillors Bennett and Turner.
Great, thank you. 3.4, approved leaves of absence. Acting CEO, are there any approved leaves of absence at all?
No, Mayor, there are none.
Okay, thank you. Acting CEO, do you have any disclosure of interest at all?
None have been received, Mr Mayor.
Okay, councillors, are there any disclosure of interest at all? Right, thank you. Number 4, applications for approved leaves of absence. Acting CEO, have received any applications for leave at all?
No, none received, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Item number 5, response to questions taken on notice to receive the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 28th of August 2024 have been provided in detailed in the agenda. Item number 6, public time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions of Council regarding tonight's agenda and business of local government. Clause 6.7-3 of Town of Port Hedland Standing Orders Local Law requires members of the public wishing to ask questions to complete the question form and place the completed form in the tray provided. If myself as a providing member determines that questions or statements are out of order due to offensive or objectionable expression or defamatory, they will not be considered, recorded nor responded to. 6.1, public question time. I declare public question time open at 5:33 p.m. Acting CEO, do you have any questions at all?
None were received before the meeting, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Members of the public, do you have any questions at all to please come forward? Yes, you come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Gillian Fisher. I reside at 3 Mitchie Crescent in South Hedland. I have some questions for tonight's public question time. I'd just like to find out from the Mayor, or the Mayor can then ask one of his directors to answer the question. Can you give me an update on the land between the high school and the Spinifex Hill Gallery and how that's pertaining to that application from the IGA? Is that up for public consultation soon?
It will be certainly, yeah. As there is something coming in the paper shortly about that, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so which brings me to another one. When the council actually advertises and consults the community, can you name which methods are used to make sure that all sectors of the community are consulted?
Yeah, I think it's pretty widespread of paper, Facebook and our Town of Port Hedland website as well, so it's pretty widespread, yes.
Yep, okay. And my last question is, can you explain, the normal agenda is for the questions to be at the beginning of the meeting. Is there a reason why we can't have that in question time at the end of the meeting so we can evaluate the performance of the councillors? during the meeting?
I'll take that on notice for you.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Have you any more public questions at all? Yes, Renee, please come forward. Nice and steady, thank you. And state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you. Take your time.
Okay, I've got, it's Renee Coles, 58 Green Place in South Hedland. While serving as on council, there was talks about putting together any donated arts, paintings, sculptures, that was going to be recorded into a catalogue. There was going to be pictures taken, with also too with sorry, joys of a broken foot. Just rest it on that. Thanks. So that was all getting put together in regards to all the pieces stored within the town of Port Hedland. I was just wondering on how that catalogue has actually been coming along and whereabouts on the town of Port Hedland website can we actually view that catalogue, because I've got some interest in some particular pieces that were donated to the town, and yet I have not seen these in any location that they were gifted to be put towards. Just wondering on where that might be located and how that particular one's going. Because with obviously high staff turnover, directors leaving, CEO leaving, I'd rather see the catalogue, like have a look at the catalogue and make sure that, you know, everything is currently up to date and in there.
Yeah, so I'll take that on notice for, and I'll get the director to respond to you for that. Is that okay?
Yep, that's,
Thank you.
My next one is in regards to asset disposals. This is any asset that the town of Port Hedland has purchased. Is this done via like the newspaper and disposals of vehicles and put out to public tender and all of that being put forward just in regards to any assets that town of Port Hedland chooses to let go and move on to a potential buyer? Is that all advertised via the newspaper?
Yeah, I'll get Steve the phone. That's what Steve is that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Ms Coles, there's regulations which prescribe how we dispose of assets. So most commonly, it's usually items of plant that are turned over here. There is a limit for exempt disposals, which I think is around $20,000. Below that doesn't have to be done through a public process. But they're usually wrapped up in the tenders for acquisition of new plant. Is included the disposal part as well, so it's all done publicly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My next and final one is in regard to the state in which our yacht club and bowls club currently look like. You know, I have made mention that the chairs have been sitting outside the bowls club for quite some time now and quite weathered. The yacht club precedent down there is looking absolutely marvellous, except for when you look at the grounds of the yacht club itself. And I know whilst I was on council, it was brought to the attention and we asked the question on whether or not, you know, Parks and Gardens will be going down there and maintaining it to ensure that it doesn't go to despair. But all those palms are dead. The grass is absolutely gone. It looks like an absolute eyesore considering to what we've already got there. So I know that it is part of your council agenda to put money towards this, but we were under the impression when I was on that this was going to be maintained and looked after on the grounds on the outside. So just wondering where that went wrong, please.
Yeah, I'll give you an update on the yacht club. So basically, it's actually a construction zone at the moment from the Port Authority, and we're trying to get in there and trying to get the yacht club up and running. But we can't touch it at the moment because it is a construction zone. Once it comes back to council and it's open, we can get in there and start doing those things like the palm trees are dead and the lawn and so forth and so forth.
So they wouldn't allow you to run the water?
Sorry?
They wouldn't allow you to run water while
I'm not too sure about that. All I can say is we can't get in there and do what we'd like to do. Yeah.
Interesting,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you. Do you have any more public questions at all? Yes, Johnny, come forward. Say your name and address, please. Thank you.
Yeah, g'day, John Ashington, 11 Spoonbill Crescent, South Hedland. Good evening, councillors, mayor, fellow residents. I would like to raise an important issue regarding the accuracy, integrity of the minutes presented at our council meetings. It has come to my attention that the minutes for some of our recent meetings do not accurately reflect what is discussed. As you are all well aware, the minutes are crucial in maintaining transparency and accountability between the administration, councillors and the public. However, there have been several instances where I've noticed discrepancies between what is discussed during the meetings and what has been recorded. For example, during the Audit and Risk Committee meeting, which Councillor Blanco was then the chair, I asked a question regarding the CEO's salary. The chair responded that the information I sought was of personal nature, but it could be found within the $10,000 range in the budget report. However, the minutes falsely reflect that. The minutes state that the chair took the question on notice. Why does the record show that my question was deferred when in fact it was answered the same evening? Similarly, at the last Ordinary Council meeting, Roger Higgins asked Mayor Peter Carter if he was residing at 3 Plover Street, South Hedland, to which the Mayor responded yes. However, this answer has been omitted entirely from the minutes. It is worth noting that 3 Plover Street is a vacant block of land, making the omission of this detail even more concerning.
I think you're fine. I actually said it's a property that I actually own. I never said I actually live at that address. It's a property that I own. Thank you. Just got to clarify that. Thank you. Continue.
Sorry, what was that?
It's a property that I own. That's it. I've never said I live at that address. Thank you.
You was asked if you was residing there.
Continue.
And you said
Continue
yes. Yeah, okay, I'm just reading out what the minutes say, mate. This raises a critical question. Why are important details either inaccurately recorded or in some cases omitted entirely from the minutes? Can the administration explain why such discrepancies are allowed to occur? And what steps are being taken to ensure that the minutes reflect a true and accurate account of Council's discussions moving forward? Furthermore, how can the councillors vote and pass the minutes as true and accurate when there is clear evidence that they are incomplete or inaccurate? I would appreciate clear explanation on this matter and urge the administration to ensure transparency in further future.
Thank you. We'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I can answer that question if you like.
I'm taking it on notice. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I can answer it. We don't need to take it on notice.
You'd like to answer it?
Mr. Ashenden, the minutes are supposed to be reviewed by the council before the meeting like tonight, and we are supposed to go through it and ensure that the minutes reflect what has happened. It doesn't have to be word for word,
I understand
but you know, it has to reflect what has happened, and the answers given you know, need to be in the same context as what has been answered by the council or asked by the members of the public. So the actual responsibility for the accuracy of the minutes is with the council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco. Okay, thank you, John. Do you have any more public questions at all? Yes, Roger, come forward, state your name for the record, please. Thank you.
Roger Higgins, 19 Edgar Street. Mayor Carter, at the Ordinary Council meeting of July 31st, I asked, and we're going to cover a little bit of ground here of what's already been touched on as it happens. I asked you, do you now live at 3 Plover? You replied that you're updated at that particular meeting. This is almost 3 months ago now. You replied that your updated annual return would be completed and submitted by the due date of 31st of August and the answer would be contained therein. A month later, at the 28th council meeting, I had to hand your most recent annual return, as you know, and would remember, because I held it aloft. And that was submitted and signed off by the CEO on the 19th of August. I asked during public question time, quote, word for word, can you confirm for the record that the address you gave on your annual return was 3 Plover? You responded, word for word, this is a property that I own, correct. I then asked you a second question. Do you now live at 3 Plover? You repeated, that is the property I own, pause, correct. Now, we've just heard that the minutes were inaccurate and the minutes that record that conversation are not accurate because of that last question I've just delivered. The word correct in the record was omitted. Now, that is pretty serious stuff because what's going on there is that the answer to the question was not put on the record, the public record. So that's a pretty serious matter. So my question tonight, Mayor, requires a simple yes or no answer. Is your residential address now 3 Plover Way?
Is a property that I own. Thank you, Roger.
No, that is not an answer to the question at all.
It is a property
You have
that
twice
I own.
now, 2 years in a
It is
row,
a property that I
you
own.
have said the same
property that I
thing
own.
in the
Roger,
document
point
where
of
you
order.
are
It's a
required.
property that I own.
Point of
You are
order.
required.
I'm sorry?
Point of
You are
order.
required to answer truthfully with documents.
Mr Mayor, point of order.
What's your point of order, councillor?
1.4 of the standing orders. Would you like to look it up? Then you can refer to Regulation 7 of the Local Government Act, Administrative Regulations.
As I said,
Mr Mayor, refer to Reg 7, 5A and B, and that will give you what you need to do, Mr Mayor.
thank you for your comments, Mr Blanco. As I said,
Can you look that up, Mr Mayor?
Mr Blanco, as a presiding officer, Roger, is a property that I own. Thank you very much.
I've asked one question, I have not finished. I want this matter adjudicated on now.
Mr Mayor,
Because it's,
Excuse me.
it's
Point of
significant,
order.
and you know how significant it is.
It's just a property that I own. That's
point
it.
of
I'm
order.
standing
That's
my
it.
ground and I'm not moving from the microphone.
30-minute recess.
Oh,
I'm awaiting a reply.
Mr
I have
Mayor,
two more questions to ask as well, but I'm awaiting a reply to the first
point of
question.
order. Mr Mayor, you haven't finalised the point of order. What are you doing about the point of order? And the reference
I'm
to the
resuming
Act.
public question time. I'm resuming public question time. Mr Blanco, thank you.
Mr Mayor,
Mr Blanco,
I've called a point of order. I've specified the section in standing orders, and I've specified the section in the Act that requires action from yourself. So can you explain
I have given
what
Mr
your
Higgins the
ruling
answer.
is on the point of order?
I have given Mr Higgins the answer. Okay, thank you.
No, Mr Mayor, we're not finished with this. What is the ruling on the point of order?
That I've given Mr Higgins the address. I've told him that that's the property that I own. That's it.
Mr Mayor,
Mr Blanco.
the section in the Act is clear. If you have a financial interest in the question asked by a member of the public, then you're to declare that financial interest and you're to pass the question over to another member of the council. That is what the regulation says. So are you refusing to do or to state the interest that you have in the question? So either dismiss this point of order, refuse to act on the information provided, so then we can move on.
Yeah, okay. So, Mr Blanco, I've on my annual return, it's there on the annual return, which has gone to the department already. So, okay, as a property that I own. Okay?
Mr Mayor,
All right, Mr Blanco.
this has got nothing to do
Mr. Blanco?
with the property. This is to do with the point of order and the interest declaration.
It's on my annual return.
So are you saying you don't have an interest in this question?
Correct. Done. Okay, there you are. Thank you. Next question, please.
Well, I still haven't had an answer to a question. 2 years in a row, you've put that down, 3 Plover, in your statement as having an interest in it. So my question, I'll repeat it. Do you live there at 3 Plover, yes or no?
No, I don't live there.
Thank you. I appreciate the reply. My second question is, are you aware, and I made you aware of this at the last council meeting, that you are required, it's a criminal offence to make a false or misleading statement in an annual return.
Correct.
And 2 years in a row, 3 Plover has appeared on your statement, which gave the impression that it was your residential address. And what I've now elicited from the question tonight is that you don't live there and you can't live there because, as I said at the previous meeting, it's a vacant block of land.
Exactly. On the annual return, it just says property that you own. It does not say property where you reside. On annual return, it's very clear, property that you own. Thank you. Next question.
Point of order.
Mr Blanco.
Point of order. Again, Mr Mayor. 1.4 in the standing orders. And the reference to the annual return references to section 579. And this is all off the top of my head, by the way. 5793 states any real property. Any. So the annual report talks about real property, and section 3 of 579 talks about any property. It encapsulates everything. And our training has informed us of that, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Blanco. Do you have any other questions?
So my third question is, why have you not included in your annual return a clear declaration of your residential address for the last 2 consecutive years?
Because I'm not actually required to put my residential address on the annual return. Thank you. You may sit down. Thank you, Roger.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you have any other public questions at all?
Mr. Mayor, just
Sorry,
through the
yes.
chair.
Yep.
Through the chair, the question that was asked by Mr. Ashenden
Yes.
on the ARC committee minutes,
Yes.
I would like to respond to that if you allow it.
Yes, I'll allow that. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Ashenden, I attended the meeting that you're speaking about in April, and I remember you asking the question that you have mentioned. I also remember the then head of the committee, the ARC, responding to it, but he also said that he will take the question on notice. And so it has been explained to you, so you were given a response, but he also said that he is taking the question on notice. And hence what you see in the minutes is a summary, and there is a response to the question that you have asked. I did put my hand up. The presiding member
didn't see
did
it.
not see me, and hence I'm responding to that now. I hope that's all right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bello.
Mary Wynne, 5 Finch Court, South Headland. Mr. Mayor, a little question for you. Do you think perhaps that Roger Higgins needs your address because he wants to come for tea and bickies?
Thank you, Brad. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't think so. Thank you. Okay. Do you have any more public questions at all? Any more public questions? Yes, come forward, state your name and address. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Georgie Rose. I'm from a property that I own in South Headland. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, precedent had been set.
That's all right.
I have a question for you all. How are you working towards the 2024-2025 schedule of fees, and how the waivers will affect community organisations, not-for-profit organisations, and other for-community businesses in town?
It's on the agenda tonight. Yeah.
Perfect. I'll
Okay.
pop up with my statement.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more public questions at all? Okay. I will close public question time at 2 minutes past 6. Thank you. 6.2, public statement time. I declare public statement time open at 3 minutes past 6. See, have we received any public statements at all?
None were received before the meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Members of the public, do you have any public statements at all? Okay, come forward, state your name and address, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Georgie Rose of a property that I own in South Headland. If you'd like my address, you can ask me later. Headland School of Dance has been offering dance to the Headland community since opening its doors in 2006. We are the current home of 150 students from the Port Hedland dance community, which boasts over 400 students between the 3 operational dance schools in our community. We have a well-known reputation in our community for presenting strong and well-rounded performers at our end-of-year concert and at various dance competitions across WA, with numerous past students receiving scholarships to specialist dance programs in Perth. I reference Port Hedland as our community because that is what it is. We are all homeowners and ratepayers, all having lived, worked and been involved within the community for 10 plus years each. We are all volunteers at Headland School of Dance, delivering over 22 hours of lessons each week, as well as countless hours behind the scenes. Not only do we volunteer our time to dance, but Jessica is a South Headland Volunteer Fire Rescue member, and I am a volunteer with EdConnect. Our 2024 annual concert, Illuminate, will be the 12th consecutive year that we have hired the Matt Dan for our end-of-year performance. Our Saturday performance sold out, and our Friday night performance sold 70% of tickets within 30 hours of being on sale. We utilised the venue as a rehearsal space in the weeks leading up to our concert, a technical design day, a full dress rehearsal, and 2 concert nights. To date, we have spent over $125,000 in hire fees. Our most recent updated quote received from the town of Port Hedland is to the value of $21,380. This is a 310% increase on 2023 and a 27% increase on 2022. As you can see, based on these 3 years, consistent pricing for the venue has been an ongoing issue, and with the limitations of the venue capacity and that it is the only suitable venue in town, we are restricted with our options and our ability to create revenue. I would like to point out for this fee, $21,380, the Matt Dan has one operational dressing room backstage. To compensate for this lack of facilities, we utilised classrooms from the Hedland Senior High School to accommodate all of our students. We have repeatedly raised a safety issue with Matt Dan staff, initially in 2018 and most recently in 2023 with the Town of Port Hedland HSE team regarding the non-compliance of an emergency exit sign above the doors inside the theatre. When I attended the Matt Dan this past weekend, the sign was still yet to be rectified. 2 weeks prior to our 2023 concert, we were also told that haze machines would not be allowed due to insufficient smoke alarm systems within the theatre. This is an issue that TOF management have known about since mid-2023. We were then told by members of TOF that this issue would likely be rectified by February 2024. This is yet to be done. In previous years, we have been able to have the fee waiver applied to our final invoice, and this has brought our cost of hire to within the value of ticket sales, considerate of our need to hire our own lighting and sound technician, as the Matt Dan has been insufficiently staffed in this area. Since the removal of the Arts and Cultures grants this year, we are no longer eligible for any other grants offered by Town of Port Hedland. This was the only relief offered by the Town of Port Hedland that a small, community-minded business was eligible for. Tonight, we are asking the Council to vote an absolute majority to support an amendment to the 2024-2025 Schedule of Fees and Charges for all council facilities to allow for all organisations that provide a community benefit to apply for a 50% reduction in venue hire. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public statements at all? Yes, Renee, come forward, state your name and address, thank you.
Renee Coles, 58 Green Place, South Hedland. Just getting towards my notes that I had, probably not in this one here. So looking through the agenda tonight, it's very, very top heavy. Very top heavy. I'm surprised that this has been allowed, judging by previous, newspaper articles relating to the time and the length that has been taken through the agenda that has been put forward. I hope you all do give due consideration to what's on the agenda tonight. And if you choose to, potentially in the past, what I've seen is that a large agenda normally counteracts with, let's unblock the whole lot. So my thing is to you guys with this one here, is I want to have you actually give consideration on why you choose to, if this does go ahead, and the majority of this agenda tonight is unblocked. I hope that each and every one of you can speak to each one that you're unblocking and why you're choosing to unblock it, considering your agenda is given to you 1 week ago. That's 1 week with a top-heavy agenda. So that's 1 whole week. Now, in my opinion, and previously sitting on council, that's quite a lot to digest in 1 week. And I reckon some of this stuff should be deferred, maybe brought back at a later date. Yacht Club could be definitely one of them. I think there's definitely some talks around that one there that can definitely be said. But you have got a very top-heavy agenda. Now, I doubt it very much you've met twice a week, every single week leading up to this, considering you only got your agenda 1 week ago. That's to do your due diligence by going out and speaking to people. How many of you guys actually reached out to the Headland School of Dance? Or any other organisations who are going out there who have got certain areas, you know, for them when they want to go ahead and host things, and the fees and charges associated with it, with the hefty rise of cost of living, because God, geez, living in Headland is definitely not cheap. Not unless you're, well, lucky enough to secure a good paying job that pays for your housing, because my rates definitely don't pay for, you know, my housing. I have to work really hard for my money to be able to get, you know, get food and everything on my table. I mean, I barely see my partner half of the time because he's always at work. So, with a top-heavy agenda and much of the stuff in there, even some of these events, I noticed that there's been, you know, I would say elected member with their place of business going ahead and putting on school program stuff that are benefiting from whatever, like you would like to see that go to council and at least be spoken about and at least be passed upon. There's a lot of things to unpick tonight, so if you are choosing, and if this is a way how it's going to go, that you're going to unblock certain things, I hope you can speak about each item, because I doubt it very much you would have digested every single bit of the agenda. You might have skimmed over it, listened to what the directors have told you, led by discussion. I mean, I know there's one certain newspaper article just recently. I would have loved to have an affidavit put towards that one there about a newspaper article that came out. You probably can get a couple of others as well to support the affidavit in lack of information provided, but we can save that for another day. So with what you've got in front of you tonight, if you feel like there's certain items that should be put on hold, maybe that's what you should be doing tonight. Just a thought, just a suggestion. I mean, just recently, was there any power of authority handed over to the Deputy Mayor? Has everyone been in the country? Has everyone been in this town? Just a thought, consideration for tonight while you sit back. Because you don't meet twice a week to discuss the agenda when you've only been given it 1 week ago. So let's be truthful and honest to ourselves tonight and think about this whole agenda tonight. And if you feel like you can't support something tonight, and let it go to another council meeting so you can have further discussions, my suggestion is to do that. You are allowed to do that. Not everything has to be put through and rushed through tonight. Just a food for thought while you're all sitting up there tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have any more public statements at all? Yes, Julie, come forward, state your name and address. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gillian Fisher. I reside at 3 Mitchie Crescent. Is it? Oh, it is. There you go. It's over that way. Someone's trying to break in. God knows why.
So, continue.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to speak to the 12.3.2, the adoption of the business plan for the major land transaction of the former Yacht Club premises. Now, just with our discussion earlier in the question time, this business plan, apparently when you read the agenda, it says the business plan was made available for public inspection at the Town of Port Hedland Civic Centre, Port Hedland Library, South Hedland Library, and for download on the Town of Port Hedland website. There was nothing put on Facebook. Now, as much as I hate to admit, Facebook does rule this town, and since a couple of people have put some information on about the yacht club, I thought we should actually go through and investigate it. Now, at the moment, we do not have a functioning, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, a functioning community club. We used to have the Cook Point Rec Club, apparently the Finney Club, the Yacht Club, and also the South Hedland Bowls Club is no longer no longer open. So really there's no community clubs left at all in Hedland. Now when you look actually of reading the Town of Port Hedland Policy Manual, I think it is, a great tome of like 300 pages. But when you come down to community leasing, has anyone read the community leasing page from page 190 of 253 in the policy manual? Anyway, I'll draw your attention to it. So if you look on page, go down to page 192, it starts with, and I'll just preface that the agenda tonight looks as though that the council wants a commercial setup at the yacht club now, no longer run as a community asset. But when you actually look at the policy that's involved, I'll read it out now. It says, maximum utilisation of council property is promoted with consideration given to community demand and capacity of facilities to cater for use. Community group use of council property is given priority over other uses, particularly where local community groups do not have ready access to any other types of facilities in which to conduct their activities. We've just found that point. A council strategic objective is achieved by supporting such use. Yes, the residents want some community club involvement. And there is a clear social benefit to be achieved by the use/activity, including access for multicultural groups, aged people, family groups, and other population groups. So then we go down to commercial use. It says, commercial use is granted on a lower priority basis in relation to community groups and agencies to ensure utilisation of a facility where there is a demonstrated benefit to the community, and then it continues along that way. So if you want to have a look at page 192 of your policy manual, I'd like to draw the council's attention to that, and please vote with your constituents in mind tonight and not with the big boys in town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more public statements at all? Just try to come forward, state your name and address. Thank you.
Yeah, John Ashenden, and seeing that we don't need to put our residents down, I'll just say I live at a property at South. Good evening, councillors, mayor and fellow residents. I'm here today to address a recent write-up in the North West Telegraph and to bring attention to some pressing issues that need to be confronted in this chamber. The article, which painted a skewed and biased picture of our council's recent meeting, is not only misleading but downright disrespectful to our elected representatives. First, let me publicly condemn the comments labelling Councillor Adrian McRae as pro-Putin. This is an elected official who won his seat by an overwhelming majority. For the media and certain councillors to continually attack Councillor McRae for attending and scrutinising the recent Russian election is unacceptable. I ask, how does an elected official engaging in international observation warrant such a low-life label? This kind of baseless attack should not have any place in the local media or council chambers. Let's also talk about the so-called troubled council and why these meetings are taking so long. Mayor Peter Carter, certain councillors and the CEO have whinged to the state government that meetings are dragging on because the public are asking too many questions and because some of our councillors dare to actually debate and scrutinise the administration's agenda. Well, let me remind everyone here tonight that this is exactly what we, the public, voted them to do. The role of a councillor is to represent the will of the people. The people. And tell the administration what we, the residents and ratepayers, want done, not the other way around. The time taken during these meetings is not a waste. It's democracy in action. If the administration or newspapers or even the state government are so concerned about the length of these meetings, then perhaps they should start by reducing the number of items on the agenda. Fewer items to discuss means shorter meetings. The amount of items in this agenda, if you dedicated 10 minutes to it, it'd go into 4 hours. The problem isn't the debate or the questions, it is an overloaded agenda. We didn't elect rubber stampers who just nod and go along with the officer's recommendations and pick up a paycheck. We elected people to stand up, ask tough questions, and ensure our town's money is being used appropriately. Likewise, there is a constant complaining about Councillor Camilo Blanco's questioning of the officer's recommendations. Let me remind everyone in this room, that is exactly why we elected him. He is doing the job the people expect, holding the administration accountable. It is a shame some of the other councillors don't follow his lead. Instead, many of them seem to be content to rush through meetings and get out of here as fast as possible. If those councillors put even half the effort into questioning and debating issues as Councillor Blanco does, perhaps our town wouldn't be in the state it is in now. The meetings take as long as they need to and to address the issues at hand. And if some councillors can't handle that, maybe they are in the wrong job. And let's be honest, if all councillors were doing their job and challenging the administration, as such as Councillor Blanco does, we might not even be in this situation. Instead, we've got councillors who want to get things over and done with as quickly as possible and move on. Meanwhile, the town and its people are left to pick up the pieces. The North West Telegraph likes to paint a picture of dysfunction. But the real dysfunction here is the unchecked spending and lack of transparency under the current administration. Let me give you an example. We, the public, have seen our town go backwards. Under the helm of the CEO and the administration, we've lost our social clubs, the Bowls, the Finnies, the Yacht Club. Renee touched on a few of them there in her statement. All gone. We've got the golf club left, I think, and gun club, I think. That's about it. The only thing we have left is those clubs. Our town community spirit is eroding while administration is spending more money on basic services with little to show for it. And now, when it's all falling apart, our CEO is jumping ship to a cushy new role at Vic Park, thanks to the Old Mates Helping Mates Club in the government. It seems that when you screw up, you don't get held accountable, you get a promotion. In all levels of government, the rubbish floats to the top. That's the state leadership we're dealing with. On top of that, let's talk about the shady dealings that have gone unnoticed. Why was a 5-bedroom house with a new pool built on the ratepayer's dollar for a certain director and a husband? Why wasn't modest accommodation considered? A simple 2-bedroom apartment would have sufficed, since there's only 2 of them. This is yet another example of waste and excess happening right under our noses. In conclusion, I urge this council to stop the endless word salad, the time-wasting debates over things us, the public, have already decided with our votes. We elected you to represent us and to question administration, not to gloss over important issues for the sake of convenience or I'm on his side or her side. And to the councillors who are doing their jobs, keep going. Keep asking the hard questions. We need more of that, not less. We don't need meetings that are shorter for the sake of it. We need meetings that resolve the issues we face as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public statements at all? Yes, please come forward, state your name and address for record, please. Thank you.
So, my name's Marty Skiatis. I live on Athol Street. And I guess I'm addressing this to the people that want to remove the Welcome to Country. So, in support of Welcome to Country, what Welcome to Country means to me, and what the removal of Welcome to Country means to me. A little bit about me. I'm the first Aboriginal person to obtain an engineering degree from UWA. I've got 29 years experience in electrical engineering. I'm a board member on an Aboriginal corporation in the Kimberley. From the Wurrora and Walmatjarri tribes in the Kimberley. So I can't speak specifically to Pilbara country, but I will talk generally about Welcome to Country. I'm talking today on why Welcome to Country should be supported. And my understanding is the report went away, but there still seems to be, after watching the videos, more talk about this issue. So Aboriginal culture has existed for potentially 70,000 years on this continent based on DNA studies, and then a short 236-year period comes in, and it's expected that that culture that occurred for 70,000 years to be extinguished. That is just improbable for that kind of change to occur. If I divide 236 by 70,000, I get a very small number, basically 0.3%. So 0.3% of human culture on a time basis is going to extinguish 99.7% on a time basis. So people believe Aboriginal culture is simply a lack of education and a job. However, Aboriginal culture is independent of what we think of as jobs and education, and it's a knowledge system independent of Western culture. When people hear a Welcome to Country, I think what some people are hearing is a challenge to Western culture, and there can be a negative reflex. It can be thought that it's a claim that one culture is better than another. As a person educated in an elite school and university, I understand that Western culture formed in ancient Rome and ancient Greece and medieval Britain can be portrayed as objectively the highest culture. If it's the highest culture, then it can't be challenged, and alternatives are not able to be presented as they must be inferior. I believe cultures can coexist. Harmonious coexistence is the best choice for all. I've spent time with elders in communities which in some ways I found more valuable than my time in university. I realise Aboriginal culture is likely to be here long into the future, if not forever. I'll note that education has changed a lot in 30 years. So, why are symbols like welcome to country important? Symbols are important for messaging and signalling. If Australia does not want to commit to written agreements, such as amended to the Constitution or a treaty, then we can only achieve certain messaging from symbols. Welcome to country is one of those symbols. If we can't get it in writing, we have to rely on the symbols. One of the significant dangers of removing the welcome to country is that if welcome to country is removed, it will signal to institutions that it's acceptable to operate with prejudice against Aboriginal people. All Aboriginal people can sense the danger when people start talking about removing welcome to country. We've had the danger before. That's why I'm here to explain what that sense of danger means. Somehow we can sense that if this action is taken, Aboriginal people's conditions of existence will be degraded and maybe even worse. Going back to a childhood story which relates to culture. When I was a kid, black kids and white kids used to play together. We used to ride motorbikes and play video games. When I was a kid, I used to play good guys and bad guys with the white kids. We used to call it cops and robbers, cowboys and Indians, but that's no longer politically correct to say that. You have the goodies and you have the baddies. The goodies all have to win and the baddies all have to... Well, let's find out what happened to the bad guys. What is interesting is that the first time I played, the white kids put me on the bad guys team, and they didn't tell me that the bad guys always lose in a tragic and untimely manner. I was expecting a really fun game. So what happened? The white kids ran around the corner of the backyard and pushed us over because we, the Aboriginal kids, were the bad guys. Bad guys always just fall down without any resistance because they are, of course, bad. We did swap the teams around to be fair, and I got a turn on the good guys team. So the point is that potentially there are people making the decisions about welcome to country based on childlike frameworks that they learned as children. If Aboriginals are all bad guys, then it doesn't matter what you do to them. Potentially, this is a dualistic thinking that there's only a black and a white, and there's no grey. So, in my own thinking on this formative experience, there's an act where one team assesses the other as an enemy, and then makes their decisions based on that. The removal of welcome to country, in my opinion, is an act of assessing Aboriginals as an enemy, and then from further actions will be allowed to follow. And from that, further actions will be allowed to follow, particularly in important institutions and broader community settings. So, who were the bad guys in the 1800s? It was the Aborigines as the camps were dispersed. Who were the bad guys in the 1900s? Again, the Aborigines as they were forced onto missions and the children removed. And this situation today, well, the bad guys again will be the Aboriginals in the town if it's removed. We don't know yet what the planned actions are, but we know that the act of removing the welcome to country will manoeuvre Aboriginals into a fire zone where they can be targeted with negative policies and other unknown actions. We've already seen what happens in this town when people don't listen to Aboriginal people. If a person does not want to support welcome to country, we need to wonder what they're saying outside of the context of an organisation. Welcome to country softens institutional prejudice, which is what is needed. So for me, welcome to country is not a challenge to Western culture, it's a signal from government, institutions and corporations that they don't intend institutional racism and they don't plan to act with prejudice. Welcome to country signals that government and institutions are working in harmony with Aboriginal groups. Welcome to country is an intent to signal to institutions, removal of welcome to country is an intent to signal to institutions that's acceptable to bring harm and prejudice to the most vulnerable and weakest people in our society. We've heard it said that we must have democracy and we must listen to the electors. However, majority rule also allows for minority rights. The principles of majority rule and minority rights are fundamental to democratic governance, and though they may seem contradictory, majority rule is a mechanism for resolving public issues and organising government, but it's not a tool for oppression. In a democracy, no group, including the majority, has the right to impose its will by stripping away the fundamental rights and freedoms of any minority or individual. Welcome to Country sits within these minority rights for Aboriginals and should be honoured. If Aboriginal elders desire to exercise their right to carry out a Welcome to Country, they should not be suppressed. So, in summary, Welcome to Country shows that the Council is working in harmony with Aboriginal people. Welcome to Country does not challenge Western culture but seeks to coexist. Removal of Welcome to Country signals to institutions that acting with prejudice against Aboriginal people is acceptable. Removal of Welcome to Country moves Aboriginals into a policy fire zone. Welcome to Country is a minority right in this democracy. And do good guys bully and pick on the weakest and most vulnerable in the community, or do they try to help them? Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Do you have any more public statements at all? Yes, Mary, come forward, state your name and address, please.
Mary Wynne, 5 Finch Court, South Headland. This statement has completely come from my heart. I have had nobody to help me prepare it, nor have I had any preparation to hear myself, shall we say. When we stood this evening in respect to our elders past, present and emerging, I looked with absolute horror to the 4 people in front of me who sat down. To me, it is the height of disrespect, particularly when we have a First Nations councillor. How does that person feel when somebody will not even stand up and respect them? It must be a horrific slap in the face. Sorry guys, it's just a statement from the heart. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more public statements at all? Okay, I will close public statement time at 6:37 p.m. Okay, 6.3, petition, deputation, possession, submissions. There is none. Item number 7, questions from members without notice. Are there any questions from elected members at all?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a few. I'll be quick. Before I go into the questions, we've obviously had some media over the past few weeks. You know, Mr. Mayor, you should probably be saying this, but so I'd just like to say thanks to the public for showing up at the council meetings, and you need to disregard the media story stating that these meetings take too long. The media's suggestion that this democratic process of questions and debate is a sign of dysfunction. That, in my opinion, having an opinion like that would mean to me that they would be more like communists rather than you know, social, rather than you know, living in a democracy. The media has continued to paint this council as dysfunctional, and I say it's democracy in action and should be supported and protected by all community members, because one day you may have something important to say, but your silence and lack of support towards the free engagement of this democratic process may contribute to the public and elected representatives being gagged forever. Don't let it happen. Push back when the media prints this sort of garbage and propaganda. Mr. Mayor, over the past 6 or 8 weeks, I've been approached by multiple people, and I need a response to, or the reasoning why you've stated to the council by email and to members of the public that you're going to have a meeting with the Minister for Local Government and request the council be dismissed. Did you ask the Minister that the council be dissolved?
No,
No?
I haven't had that meeting yet.
So these people that are telling me this stuff, have you told them this stuff?
I haven't had the meeting yet.
Okay, so
Thank
what
you.
about the people that are telling
I
me that
haven't had
you're
the
telling
meeting.
them
I
this?
haven't had the meeting yet.
So you're not going to answer that question?
I haven't had the meeting
Okay,
yet, thank
thanks. Are you going to have that meeting with the Minister?
you. I hope so, yes.
And is that what you're going to request?
I haven't decided yet.
Okay. Can you explain why you're stating to the members of the public that you'll be appointed as commissioner after the council's dissolved? I've had multiple people tell me the same thing that you've told them. Can you explain that?
I can't explain, no.
Is that what you're saying to
No.
people, Mr. Mayor?
No,
So they're misleading me, are they?
must be, thank you. Next question?
Okay. Can you explain how and why you're stating to members of the public that I have cancer? I'm unaware of it, again, people are driving to my workshop and pulling me aside and telling me this stuff, and it all leads back to you. Can you? Are these people lying to me as well?
No, they're not lying to you. It's only what I heard on the grapevine, and someone asked me, I said, I hope it's not true. That was all.
Mr. Mayor,
Next question?
yeah, the next question is just a little bit of an explanation, and you would have seen in the media that there's quite a few people out there that have misled, their community into, cancer diagnosis. And our community, talks a lot. So when that rumour is told to people, then it spreads, and then all of a sudden people think that I'm saying that stuff. So, I request that, you go to these people that you've told and tell them that is untrue. Because, in a year's time, I don't want to be, rumours be starting about this sort of stuff, and people saying that I'm trying to create some sort of financial advantage for myself. Totally inappropriate, Mr. Mayor. Now, I've asked this question before, and I'll ask it again. The deck mill issue. Why are we still dealing with it? Considering we've been told, and the community has been told, that this is finalised and there is there's no issues with deck mill and Town of Port Hedland, and it's been settled. That's in our media releases, and the council has been told that. Can I get an explanation as to why there's a conflict in the information, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, okay, yeah. We had a briefing on it on this week, and basically they continue to basically continue to sue us, and once you think you've got it over the line, but they come back again and again and again. So it was sorted, but they've come back again.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, could I suggest that the administration then, or the council, informs the public as to the true situation that we are dealing with in relation to that development?
Next question, Mr. Baker.
Yes, I have a few more. So I suppose you'll take that on notice, will you, Mr. Mayor?
What's the
whether we're going to inform the public.
It's a confidential item at the moment, Mr. Blanco.
I'm not talking about our confidential item tonight in relation to Decmil. I'm talking about the questions that I've asked previously, you know, which relates to exactly the same subject.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
The reports into the Canberra trip and all the ministers' meetings, you know, that question has been asked by members of the public. Do we have any of those reports? Have those reports been issued? All of the reports been issued in relation to the Canberra trip?
Not at the moment.
Do we know when that's going to happen?
Hopefully shortly.
Okay, shortly. Mr. Mayor, are you aware that in the list of payments tonight on page 198 to 200, I assume that the $95,000 in flights and accommodation was related to the Canberra trip? Is that
No, I think that's the total for the year.
total?
I think it's
No,
total.
it's not total for the year. It's related.
It wouldn't relate just to the Canberra trip.
Okay, can I get a then can I get a breakdown as to what the you know, the 95 grand
Yeah,
is?
we'll get that for you. That's fine. Yep.
Thanks. At the 28th of August 24 OCM, I asked for legal advice on the FIFO camp proposed for lot 601 South Headland Parola Court. I talked about not complying with the town planning scheme. The answer from the CEO was actually the answer was provided on page 15 of the agenda tonight of the unconfirmed minutes, and page 10 of tonight's agenda, page 15 of the unconfirmed minutes. It stated that the CEO was happy to provide advice that we already have and provide advice that confirms the information. So I received the legal advice letter from after the last meeting. I would like to see the legal advice that we already had, Mr. Mayor. Can I request to get that copy of that?
We'll take that on notice for you. Thank you. Yep.
Just one question in relation to one of the members of the public that asked about the IGA. There is, you know, I'm confused about this. We have been told there's going to be an IGA in between the high school and the art centre. Then the question was asked by a council member, and you said that that's not happening.
What I said was we haven't received a DA.
And
That's what I said.
then
Thank you.
you've said tonight that it is happening. So can we get some clarification on what is going on with IGA? What do you know about IGA in that area, Mr. Mayor? Have we got a DA?
No, we haven't.
Is it happening?
No, we're still waiting for a DA to approve and be advertised. That's what we're waiting for. So we're just
it's
waiting.
happening, is it?
We're still waiting for it to happen. Hasn't
So
happened yet.
where is the official information?
We're waiting for the information to come through.
Okay, so
they've done a presentation to council 2 weeks ago. Okay, so we're waiting on it.
So Mr. Mayor, have we got official information from the developer that they intend to put a DA forward on that site?
Well, Mr. Blake, if you had a courtesy to come to a briefing session and they'd be here, you'd understand what they're doing.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Well, if you want to go down that road, I can just explain that I do not attend briefing sessions because
Point
you
of
know,
order.
I'm targeted.
Point of order through the chair, please.
Yes, council.
I'm referencing Standing Order Section 8.1, subsection 4. Every question and answer is to be brief and concise. It is not to be accompanied by argument, expression of opinion, or statement of facts, except to the extent necessary. I request you to rule, please.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Do I have a ruling on that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
What's the ruling?
she's correct. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, the IGA, you know, the details in the IGA, where am I going to find that, Mr. Mayor?
When the DA comes in, it's advertised in the paper, you'll see it. Thank you. Next question.
That's all I have for the moment.
Okay, thank you. Do you have other members' questions?
Yes, through the chair, I have some questions. Number one is I would like to know if the town of Port Hedland has actually sent condolences to the Gear family on the recent passing of Arthur Gear, who was a deputy mayor and the councillor at Port Hedland.
I'm not too sure. I'll take that on notice for you. Thank you.
And I'm just wondering if we can please send condolences to the family for his work that he actually did here.
Yeah, most certainly. Yes, thank you.
My second question is to your diary. On the dated the 14th of the 8th, 2024, while in Canberra. It is noticed on your diary presented and submitted to Council, including the agenda on the 14th of the 8th, 24, which included your attendance at the Regions Rising Conference 2024 in Canberra. Subsequently was noticed that you were not in attendance at this conference. I understand that the cost incurred by the town of Port Hedland is approximately $1,400 for the registration of the conference. The circumstance it is considered that a request for a refund of this amount be returned to the town of Port Hedland as no significant benefit was derived from this unattended presentation.
I was at that attendance of the Rising Summit. I actually had meetings in Canberra that day as well. So at the Rising Summit, I was there as the spokesperson also in Canberra under the Rising Summit conference as well. Thank you. So I was there. Thank you.
Furthermore to that, Mayor Carter, you actually didn't attend the conference, and I do understand that you were very busy doing your meetings with the Prime Minister, Senators and Ministers, but you actually didn't attend that conference. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next question. You have other questions? Okay.
I have questions.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor.
A while ago, Councillor Blanco asked for confirmation that the $10 million contribution to the community centre at the racecourse had been paid in full from the state government. Last I heard, or maybe I missed something, but there was still $500,000 outstanding. I was just wondering, had that $500,000 been settled, and is there somewhere we can see that it's been sort of logged or registered somewhere?
We'll take that one on notice. Where you get that to? Yeah, okay.
The other questions I had, one relating to agenda item 12.1. On page 176 of the attachments, there's payment to Action Framing, claim number 23 for $214,000. I notice we pay them quite often. I'm just wondering, I've never heard of them, I don't know what they are or who they are. I just wondered if anyone could give me a clarity of what we're spending sort of frequently hundreds of thousands with this company. It's called Action Framing.
Action
Framing. Action Framing. It's on page 176 of the attachments.
Okay, we'll take that one notice for you. That's okay.
No problems.
Yep, thank you.
The other one was on page 181 of the financials in the addendum. Promotional products. I just saw there was. It's a bit of a random one, but I saw there was a dog leash for $1,400. Is that something? What would we be spending the people's money on a dog leash for that kind of money?
That's all right. That one, Steve. Yeah.
Through the chair, it's probably picked up just the first line of a multiple
Oh,
line.
cool.
Yeah,
I hope that's what it is.
Get your details on that.
If you could check, that'd be great. Final one from me is you all may have seen I sent an email this afternoon pertaining to an email that's been sent to the Prime Minister last week regarding some new information that's come forward out of some eminent scientists in both US, Germany and Canada pertaining to the contamination of the Pfizer and the Moderna mRNA shots. And this one is a big one, so I've put a motion together. You've all been emailed that this afternoon, but I would like to have that motion tabled for
Point of order, Councillor. Under standing orders 5.1, 5.4 and 5.5, you need a 7-day notice to put that motion through. If it's a motion or a standing motion or a floor motion, you need 7 days notice to put that on the agenda. So if you want to put it on the agenda, you can put it on next month's agenda. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, standing orders also talks about an item or a issue that may be, you know, of extreme importance.
I find that not important at all, councillor. Thank you very much.
Motion of dissent, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded.
Under 5.5 of standing orders, councillor, if you'd like to read what it says.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, but I'll quote 5.11. If you want to read that, you know, is clear as
Yeah,
well.
I don't need to read it, thank you. So go back to item number, councillor McRae, that item number, 7 days notice prior to the meeting. You can submit that agenda item on the next agenda item.
Mr. Mayor, we have a motion that's moved and seconded.
As a presiding officer.
A motion of
Councillor?
dissent that is moved and seconded. You need
Councillor?
to take it to a vote, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, under 5.5, okay, I'm leaving it as it is, thank you. Do you have any other questions at all, councillor?
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor?
you need to finalise the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, under 5.5, you read what it says. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor, do you have any other questions?
Point of order.
What is point of order again, councillor?
Mr. Mayor, 1.4. 1.4 comes up a lot.
Yeah, councillor, 5.5. There you go. Thank you.
5.1.
Yeah,
5.11, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, 5.1. Which also relates to 5.4 and 5.4.
Just
Okay?
follow the
Thank you.
rules, Mr. Mayor. That's all you have to do. You've got a motion that's moved and seconded.
Councillor.
Take it to the vote, Mr.
No,
Mayor.
don't need to, councillor. Thank you. Do you have any other questions, councillor?
Well, yeah, I do have a question. If you're saying this is not of an urgent nature.
It's not of an urgent nature, correct. As a presiding officer, it's not of an urgent nature. You have 7 days notice, put it on the agenda item for next week so the public can actually understand what it is as well. Thank you.
The public will understand if we discuss
They've
it.
got 7 days notice. Thank you, councillor. Next. No other questions, councillors? Okay, moving on. Thank you very much. Item number 8, announced by the presiding member without discussion, is in the agenda. Item number 9, declaration of all members are given due consideration to matters contained within the business paper. I invite all the members by a show of hands, please. Okay, thank you, councillors. Item number 10, confirmation of a previous minute. We have officer recommendation before us. It requires a simple majority vote. The council confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 28th of August 2024 are a true and a correct record. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr. Mayor, I
Mr.
have
Mayor.
an issue with part of the minutes on that one. I can just
Give me the
say
details.
page 15. What does it say? It's actually one of my questions that I asked, and it says that it said, I would like to quote 5.21A. That is not what I said. I said section 5.921A of the Local Government Act. So there's a 9 missing in there. And there's brackets missing as well in the 1 and the A. So if people want to refer back to it, they'll get something that's totally different. Could I get that changed, Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Yeah, we'll actually go back to the tapes and confirm that. Did you want to say it, Tom?
I'd like to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Second,
I'll
councillor.
second it. I have 2 additional amendments,
Yes, certainly.
which we can make after.
Yeah,
Yep,
Yeah?
yep, certainly, that's okay.
So
Yep.
this is with page 6, item 3.5, disclosure of interest by myself, and where it needs to be amended, there is PPE mentioned, we need to amend that and replace it with HMI. So my husband works for Pilbara Ports, and HMI is a subsidiary of Pilbara Ports, not PPE. That is incorrectly mentioned.
Yep.
So kindly change that. There is one more. Page 12, 6.2.2. This is a statement by Zach Slaughter's public statement, where the word project is to be amended with the words Marine Rescue Port Hedland Building Replacement Project.
Okay.
If you're happy with that, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rebello. We've got that on the screen. Amended motion, yes. Is anyone against those motions at all?
So just after HMI, if you can mention, is a subsidiary of Pilbara Ports. All right, that's fine, that's fine.
Okay. Is that okay, Councillor Rebello? It's okay? Yeah. Councillor Blanco, is that okay with you?
It is the reference number. Let me just check. Yeah, that's one.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone against that motion? No, motion's carried. We'll make that as adjustments in the minutes. Okay, can I have a mover, please, on those minutes, please? Everyone happy? Yeah, fine. It's okay. Done.
Mayor, what?
That's okay.
What did you just say?
That's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
It's all right. Yeah. Okay, before we move on to reports of committee and officers, I'd like to remind members of the public not to take any action on council's decision on items of this evening's agenda which may have interest until formally notified in writing by the town has been received. Decisions made at this meeting may be revoked in line with Local Government Act 1995. Also like to recommend the following agenda items as shown on the screen to be decided on block by the council, which means these items won't be required a discussion or decision if made in favour. If there are any items that council seek to remove this list, please let me know now. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
There's a new list, yes.
11.1.1, 11.1.4, 11.1.5, 12.4.1.
Good. Those 4 items?
Yes.
Okay. Any others, councillors? Happy to remove those? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you removed the ones that I've
yes, Council 11.1.1, 11.1.4, 11.1.5 and 12.4.1 have been removed on block. Is Council happy to now remove the others on block?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Blanco, is there a seconder? Councillor Rebello, thank you. Is anyone against? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to item number 11.1.1. Audit and Risk Compliance Committee. We have a simple office recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote. The council received the unconfirmed minutes of the Audit and Risk and Compliance Committee held on the 11th of September 2024. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to adjust the minutes on that.
Certainly. Yeah.
and it's in relation to what Mr. Ashenden said. I did answer that question for him. I effectively, I stated employee information is confidential, but questions can be answered by the, legislation requirement that lists the cash component amount paid to a staff. That I said goes over the 100K limit, but the response that I got this afternoon, I think it was this afternoon, said that it goes over 130,000 limit. So they might have changed the limit there, but that's fine. But I did answer the question, and I don't like the suggestion that I took the question on notice. What I did say was that I'm happy to take it on notice so the staff can write a detailed response for him, but I do want my answer in there as well. Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll put that in.
Well, we're going to have to
move
a
yes,
motion,
yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Correct. So move for that motion?
I moved it, yes.
Thank you,
Do I have a
Councillor
seconder?
So a seconder, please. Yes, Councillor Butson. Thank you, Councillor Butson. There's an amendment, yes. Is there anyone against those amendments? No, motion's carried. Okay, 11.1.4 for control plan. We have officer record before us that requires a simple majority vote. The council note the Town of Port Hedland fraud and control plan. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr. Mayor, I have some questions on that.
Yes, you do, yes.
I've just lost my position, so just give me 1 sec. Okay. Can I find out whether this is actually a policy of the council or it's an internal policy?
Through the chair, it's an internal document that we use as part of our risk management framework. So it's an expansion upon that, and it sets up an approach for us in which we will sort of further embed our fraud control measures and actions.
Okay, thank you, Acting CEO. Does the council now approve internal policies? Mr. Mayor.
Again, through the chair, this is an item that we take up through the committee, the Audit Risk Compliance Committee.
Okay, I have one further question, Mr. Mayor. If the council is, considering this policy, it is a significant policy. It seems like it's an internal policy, but if the council is considering this policy, then I suggest that the council is actually referenced within the policy. Now, we have one reference to the council elected members showing on page 3. So in the attachments, it'll be on page 94 of 370. And one reference to council members. The rest of it is employees and contractors. So this is why I'm questioning why the council is, looking at a policy like this when we're not referenced in it at all. And if we should be, voting on it, then I would suggest that wherever it references employees and contractors, then it also references elected members as well, Mr Mayor.
Acting Chair,
Thank you. Through the chair, just a point of clarification. Council does have a fraud and corruption policy, and so this is a plan that supports us ensuring that we adhere to that and set about a course of action to make sure that we've got a series of initiatives that we undertake and report back up to the ARC committee to demonstrate that we're trying to achieve council policy.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Acting CEO. The policy, states some specific things. It talks about the requirement to report to the CCC. It talks about examples of corrupt behaviour, fraudulent and corrupt behaviour. On page 63, it says providing false or misleading information or withholding information where there's a requirement for it to be provided. This also relates to elected representatives. So is the detail of that, of the content somewhere else in another policy for the council? Mr Mayor.
Let's get a clarification from the Director.
Councillor Blanco, I'm just having a quick look through the council fraud and corruption policy, which I think makes it very clear that it does apply to elected members as well as staff and contractors, etc. So perhaps I'd need some further clarification on your point. I'm just not quite distinguishing what you're trying to asking, essentially.
I'm asking specifically that council members need to be mentioned in a document that we are voting on, where the staff are mentioned and also where contractors are mentioned. I don't understand why we would not be. We still have to follow the same rules. As a matter of fact, I think we've probably got more rules on us than anyone else.
The plan is really setting about more of an internal approach to review, I guess, administrative practices. I'll take on board your comments for the next time that we update the plan and see what specific initiatives can be added to extend that scope across elected members for you.
Okay, thank you, Director. Any other questions, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, is there a... Lost my train of thought there. We had a... Go over, move it, please. On item number 11.14. Thank you, Councillor Rebello. A seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Rentz. Yours against?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'm against.
Okay, Councillor Rebello.
Right. So the fraud risk plan is an extension of, or rather we have a risk management policy in place that was brought to the ARC committee. The fraud risk plan is an extension of that, and that is a way of implementing the policy that we have in place. I would like to note here that we had two councillors, which includes Councillor Blanco, who attended the Audit Risk Committee meeting. So I would wait for his questions to come through and then address those in my closing. I will also like to state here actually that the town's risk management framework is being worked upon, and that is is why a risk, sort of a fraud risk, of the fraud risk aspect is being covered through this plan, and hence it has passed the Audit Risk Committee. It has now come to Council, and I would hope that the Council supports it because it is part of good governance. So I'll answer whatever the questions. I'll try and answer in my closing statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebello. Councillor Rentz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in favour for the plan. It looks like it's got quite good standards. It's got a good foundational framework, quite comprehensive. You know, it maintains zero tolerance policy. It's fairly detailed. You've got the quotes the town will manage risks continuously using a process as follows. You know, the identification of risk and analysis of risk, as we have been doing and like to do. It's good to put it into context and stick to it. I think it's quite thorough and robust, and I think it's a good way to clear a pathway for handling fraud and corruption risks effectively and proactively before they need to be dealt with. So yeah, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rentz. Anyone against? Councillor Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, the you know, any plan to control you know, fraud should be a good plan. But what we should move away from is motherhood statements. You know, we've got cupboards full of you know, plans and motherhood statements and you know, policies and procedures and what we should be doing, what we shouldn't be doing. Nobody seems to follow them. And then, you know, when you call for example, points of order and state sections of the Act that are clear and it's brushed over, then you must wonder whether you know, we're following what we need to be following. So, and I don't agree with just sitting back and saying nothing. And while I'm at it, I'll talk about you know, the local newspaper that are watching you know, in their seat at home and writing up some story to try and make us look bad. This is what it's about. It's about debating you know, items that we don't quite agree with, that we need adjusted, and that takes time. And if you don't like it, you probably need to go to China or Russia. But the fraud control plan should highlight the elected group. They should not be omitted from this document. The document references all of the regulatory requirements of the LGA, Local Government Act 1995, the CCC Act, the Public Sector Act, but it stops short on stating elected members. It should be changed to reflect the elected members. This removes any interpretation issues relating to who needs to comply with the document. It's pretty basic. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Rebello, sum up, please.
So just in summary, I'd like to say that the previous internal auditors that we had, they conducted an internal audit and they had suggested that we have the town has a fraud risk management and misconduct process. Now, subsequent to that, the town is, you know, there is a risk register, but there is no fraud risk category. And therefore, the town has taken the following actions, which include a risk assessment. It includes a comprehensive sort of risk assessment and a fraud control plan. I'd just like to outline the areas of that plan, that is identifying the risk, analysing it, evaluating it and treating it. I hear what my fellow councillor has to say. I feel like it's been addressed by the acting CEO, that does have a mention of elected members as well. So given that, I would say that council goes ahead. Any sort of a fraud plan that we did not have and we now have in place should be welcomed by council, and that it is supported by the rest of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebello. We'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Five. 11.1.5. Strategic Internal Audit Plan 2023-24 Review 2, Regulation 17. We have office recognition before us that requires a simple majority vote. The council receive and note the 2023-24 Financial Internal Audit Report on Regulation 17. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question on that.
Yes, councillor.
It was noted in the document that there was 8 open findings in place from the previous Regulation 17 review performance in 2021. Now that is, you can find that on page 35 of the, on page 119 of the attachments. Now, it states in there that those 8 open findings, were listed but not documented in the report and not being re-raised within the report because they are already included within the town's audit log. So when will the open findings of 3 or 4 years ago be finalised, Mr. Mayor?
Through the chair, some of those are currently works that are in progress. Look, I haven't got the details of those to hand, but I can certainly follow them through. From memory, I think one of them might have been our asset management plans, which is currently under good progress at the moment, with a policy drafted, ready for a workshop in October. Hopefully get it up to council in November.
Thank you.
Just one more question, Mr. Mayor. I've gone through some of my correspondence recently over the last few days, and the questions that I'm asking and the answers that I'm being provided by the administration, in areas like this, when we're talking about items, I can't seem to find any responses to the questions I've asked previously. That might be a bit of a problem because I might have to ask them all again. So can I just get, you don't have to do it now, but can I get somebody send me an email to show me where it is within Docs on Tap or Attain or something like that, because I've looked, I couldn't find it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, can I move it, please? Yes, move, Councillor Morello, thank you. Have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Rents. Is anyone against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Go down to 12.4.1. Yeah.
What's the next item, Mr. Mayor?
12.4.1. Let's make sure it wasn't on the, took it out of the block. Yeah, we did. Okay. 12.4.1. Award RFT 2425-01 public space post maintenance.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
can can I just clarify that? 12.4.1, it looks like we've
That's what was taken out of.
we've missed a range of stuff. Oh, my understanding is the next one is 12.3.2. Oh, hang on, 12.2.2.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move 12.2.2 with an amendment, please, to part 1. We're dealing with part 1 of that recommendation first.
On 12.2.2?
I'd like to move it with an amendment.
Yes, certainly.
Right. So this is to do with part 1 of the recommendation, point 5. Request the CEO to prepare a draft policy and a full report on cost implications to guide the waiver or discounting. So just add the words and full report on cost implications. And I'd like to move that, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder for that?
Mr. Mayor, can I just get a clarification on that?
Yes, certainly.
Is that being moved with an amendment?
Correct, yes. Councillor Rebello moved it with the amendment.
Just typing it up at the moment.
Yep. Councillor Rebello, is that what you are requesting? Yeah, you happy with that? Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion? Amendment? Sorry, the amendment? The amendment? The amended motion, yes. Councillor Rents, thank you. Is anyone against?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to the amendment.
We'll deal with the amendment motion first, and we'll come back to yours. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I get some clarification? I think it'd probably be easier to and quicker to you know, hear me first, or this is going to go for a while. What
Okay.
are we able to move an amendment on the amendment? My understanding is the councillor can move an amendment at any time.
Yes, Tom.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The main issue in this, when we do these types of things, is that we deal with one motion at a time. So if we have an amended officer's recommendation on the table, then we'll likely need to resolve that motion that is on the table before we pick up another one, which would be another amendment, but it does get confusing at times.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that didn't answer my question. My question was, can we move an amendment to the amendment?
After we've dealt with the first amendment first, which Councillor Rebello has done.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not interested whether it's hard. I'm interested
Sorry, it's
whether it can be done, whether the standing orders allows it to be done.
One at a time. That's what I thought. have a just pause for 2 seconds, Tom.
With the approval of the mover and seconder,
Councillor Bowe,
it
just pause for 2
it should
seconds.
be allowed.
Still deal with one at a time.
Yeah. Okay.
But we're going to hear Councillor
Blanco's amendment.
Blanco's, yep, and then if that gets supported, that's fine. If it doesn't, then we just fall back to the original one. So it's got a supplement. So we'll see if the supplementary gets up. If not, we've still got yours on the table.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Blanco, do you want to what your amendment is, please? Yes, certainly, yep.
No, Mr Mayor, it's not allowed.
11.9.
11.9.
Okay. Okay, so we'll deal with the amendment first. Councillor Rebello. Okay. Okay, well, Councillor Rebello, remove the amendment. Yep. Yes. Oh, is there a second? I was going to second for the motion. Yes, second. Yes. Yep. Is there anyone against? Okay. All right. Councillor Rebello. Yep.
First and foremost, I would like to thank the ladies from Headland School of Dance, or rather the people from Headland School of Dance who have come tonight and who have addressed the council. Thank you for coming here. I would also like to acknowledge the service that is provided by all the 3 dance companies, that it is great work that you do, it is community work that you do, and we as council appreciate and we applaud it. Thank you very much. Now, coming to this particular motion, thank you for bringing it to our notice that the community, the grant that you were receiving, you aren't receiving that anymore. So thank you for bringing it to our notice. There are other grants that I would encourage you to work on, but you have given us something to, you brought something to our notice. Thank you for that, and we will work on it the next time we work on the grant program. We will bear that in mind. Coming to this particular motion, we have extended a 50% waiver on all higher charges to the other 2 dance companies, and they are not for profits. Yours is not, but I understand it works more like a community group and for community benefit, and hence I would encourage council to support it. Just as a just to present facts, and this is, look, just to present facts, because sometimes numbers help. Just bear with me. The cost of running the Mad Dan, what I'm trying to say is, the higher charges are in no way a reflection of covering the costs. It is a minuscule amount, and I will state the cost now to you. And this has been shared with all of council today. So in the past year, the cost of running the Mad Dan was 135,000, and the higher revenue that came was 14,000. That's 10%. Now and this is just so that the public know. So we are being open and transparent. Now the cost of running the stadium is about 1.4 million, and the higher revenue that comes from it is about 19,000. So in no way are we trying to recover any costs. It definitely is for community benefit. And although yours is not a not-for-profit, we understand that it is run in the spirit of a community organization. And hence, I would urge council to support the 50% waiver straight away, but we still have to, we as council we are part of the community, but we are also stewards of the assets that are there. And hence I put in that recommendation saying that along with a policy on how to waive, we also should know the costs, the cost implication, so we are making an informed decision. And we are also, bear in mind, we are making a decision which sets precedence. So it's completely fine to waive it off, but we should do it with bearing in mind that we have looked at all the facts and figures, bearing in mind that we have to be fair and equal to everybody after that, and also bearing in mind that we, at the end of the day, we are part of the community, but we are also stewards. So and this addresses, I understand, more to the public that is present, but I would urge council that this recommendation now is fair, and I would urge council to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Rents.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to talk on just the amendment and not the substantive motion just yet. I'll wait for that to come back. But yeah, I fully support that the change that we've made there to add that into that. And we'll discuss the rest later once the motion's back in progress. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rents. Anyone against? Councillor Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason we have this item before us is because the council decided on a motion that was put forward when the fees and charges were adopted to allow these committees, you know, non-for-profits and dance clubs to come to us for the fees to be waived. And the reason that happened is because, you know, I've had conversations with quite a few of the groups, and the amount of money that they're being charged is just too high, and their operations just can't afford that sort of cost. So we come back to this amendment. I want to ensure that we pass something here that's beneficial to the groups that are giving us these applications, and we don't have to come back to another meeting and do the whole thing again. All right. So I'm against this motion because for two numbers. All right, and that is in item 2. I want to see the 50 go to 75. All right, so not a 50% reduction, a 75% reduction. Okay, and that's in their benefit, and that brings their charges down to a realistic level, what they can afford. They can pay the town a little bit of money, and also they can make some money for their little group. All right, and let's not forget who this is. This is all the little girls that do their little dances, and you know, I've been to a lot of them, and it's a great little show, and who doesn't want to support that? Okay, so I oppose the motion, the amended motion, so then we can redo it and put the right number in there so they get the right discount. And while I'm at it, obviously we've got 2 to consider here, so you know what's going to happen. Number 1's going to be 75, number 2's going to be 75. So, and that will bring it back to a realistic level. And we might get not just one show, we might get a few shows through the year, because they'll be able to afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Anyone else for? Anyone against? Against? Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate what Councillor Blanco just said. Charging these families that are doing it tough up here right now extra money. I think if we can drop it down to 75, I think that's realistic, especially considering what Georgie Rose told us about the facilities tonight. There was problems with the bathrooms, problems with the smoke machines, problem with the safety of the place. the least we could do, we should be, I feel like we should be offering it to them for free for a year or something to apologise for the substandard facility. So a lot of stuff that hasn't been fixed that she's mentioned, had problems there since 2018. So I think 75, if we are able to go back to that, would be the least we could do.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Craig. Anyone else for? Anyone else against?
Yes, I'd like to speak against. I've actually had a lot to do with these families for many, many, many years, and the costs that go into the parents and the facilities to actually hold these concerts, even with costumes, is very, very high, and I would like to see the 75% discount.
Thank you, Councillor Butson. Anyone else for? No one's against? Okay, we'll now put it to the vote. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Valley. Miss you, sorry.
Are you not giving me the opportunity to sum up? All right. Let me say here first that as a parent, I understand, and having a young daughter, I know what it takes to be, to have that child participate in dances. I go watch it myself. I'm very appreciative of the work that you do. Let me say that outright. In every way, I would want to support you. However, as I've said before, we are in a stewardship role. Without understanding what we are doing, it is all great to say, wave this off. The reason I'm saying stick with the 50%, that is what is part of the current fees and charges, which is offered to community groups, sporting groups, not-for-profits. So we are staying with the standard, and hence it is my request to council. I hear what you are saying. I probably agree with you as well. But I'm saying in the spirit of what we already have, 50% is what we have in place, in the spirit of being fair to everybody who comes. And bear in mind, you may feel that you are taking it case by case, but you will have to be fair, and you are setting a precedence here. So have a think about it before you vote anyway. We have to be responsible here. We also, if we want to look at the fees and charges, we have that opportunity to look at it next year when that is approved. We also have the opportunity, yes, next year when you have the fees and charges looked, when it comes to council or when it is brought to the workshops, that is our opportunity. At that point, you will have the costs in front of you as well. So that is your opportunity to change it at that point. We have the opportunity of putting grants in place as well. So I'm saying go all out and support the community, but do it in a manner that is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Okay, we'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? 3. Casting vote. We're in favour. Thank you. Let's go to officer's recommendation number.
Mr. Mayor, can you explain that to the people in the gallery? Because I don't think they understand what just happened.
Oh, the vote went 3-3 had a casting vote to vote for the officer's recommendation. Okay, thank you. Okay, move on.
Mr. Mayor.
That's it. It was amendment. That's it. Amendment. Yes, that's right.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion for part 2,
if
we are at part 2 already.
We are at part 2 now, yes.
Yes. So,
Sorry, through the chair. My understanding was that we were dealing with the proposed amendment.
Correct.
So we've done that. So that has amended the officer's recommendation to include Councillor Bello's report from the CEO at point 5.
Yep.
A vote is then required on the amended officer's recommendation before we then move on to officer's recommendation 2.
Okay.
It's shown on the screen as a substantive motion now.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to the officer's recommendation.
Yes, Mr. Blanco, is there a seconder?
A seconder.
No.
Yes.
Are you going to ask for what
Yes,
my amendment is, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, we'll ask you for it.
on number 2, change 50 to 75.
Is that all?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Do I have a seconded? Councillor McRae. Is anyone against that motion? Sorry, yeah. Okay, Councillor Blanco. Blanco. Yep.
I'm up. Oh, that means I'll get right a reply. Yeah. So, I urge council to consider the 75% reduction because when you do the calculations in relation to what these girls are being charged to hire the venue, it's considerable. And I'd just like to rebut some of the comments made, in the income that we've received for the stadium at $19,000 for the year, when I know one of the dance clubs has been charged about 22, and I've seen the invoice. So that's for the stadium. So, and then we've got the basketball and all of the other stuff that's going on within there. So I don't know where we got 19,000 from, but we need to be supporting these girls and ensuring that their association or their dance club doesn't close down like the yacht club, like the bowls club, like every other club that's closing down here. And as you heard, they're all volunteers and they're doing this for free. So, and benefiting our young girls that are up and coming. Now, I don't know why anyone would disagree with, applying such a discount. And history has shown that we've done this before. So these groups came and see me when I was mayor and complained about the excessive costs of that facility. And myself and the then CEO, Mr. Pence, reduced the cost to the facility significantly. They were actually happy with it. But now we're in the same boat again. We get a commissioner comes in because they politically assassinated me. And, we've got a commissioner come in and then the prices have increased dramatically. And like they've said, well, I think 20-something% and then nearly 30% increases year on year. That's crazy. We're not here to rip our local groups off. We're here to make sure that they are able to put these events on and to show the kids that are growing up in the town that they lived in that, it is a good place and they can have some good memories about the things that they're doing, when they're small. And what that does, it puts it in their mind that this is their hometown and they want to stay here. Okay, that's what we're trying to achieve. So for, a little bit of money, in relation to a discount, I think, it'll come back and benefit us greatly in the future, because what we need is residential people, not people that come in flying in and out. And that's what these people are. They're our residents and they're using our facilities, and let's support them and let's put it into the 75% category. Thanks.
Good, thank you, Councillor Blanco. Councillor McRae.
Pretty much said everything I need to say. I think 75 is being light. I'd like to probably give more, but I think 75 is fair. These, as Councillor Blanco just mentioned, there's a disappearing community culture in this town. It's becoming more and more FIFO, and all things related to the arts, be it music or art or dancing, we need to be promoting that however we can. And if we can do whatever we can from the council to support small community groups like the Dancing Club, I think absolutely we must do it. So, yep, fully in support.
Thank you, Councillor McRae. Is anyone against that motion? Councillor Rebello.
I'm not against a discount to the community groups. I'm for that. But I would say that in the spirit of equity and parity, and when we as a council have passed the fees and charges with a 50% discount to all community groups and to the sporting clubs and to the not-for-profits, I am saying do the right thing at this point and stay with what we have approved. We have an opportunity to waive the whole thing next year if we choose as a council, when we look at fees and charges at that point. So I'm saying do it the right way. And again, I'm saying this, that I commend the ladies who have come here. I'm very appreciative of the work that you do. But please do this in a right manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Okay. Councillor Blanco, to sum up?
Sum up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't understand why we're actually having this conversation, because what we approved when we approved the fees and charges was the ability for these groups to come to us and get their fees waived. That's what we did. So when you approved that and you said, yes, that's great, let's do that, then I would have thought that you would have been aware that they would actually put an application in to waive their fees. That's what I would have thought, because that's what we voted on. It was quite clear to me. But it was also very clear to me when we approved the budget, because the same conversation came up again. Remember, I was in a hotel room and I was on the screen, and I think my internet went out. But the CEO rang me, and I was specific about the motion that was passed by the council. Why is it not in the fees and charges that was in the item? Because the council has approved that motion to waive the fees and charges. So there should be a line item in the fees and charges to allow us to waive it. That's what we talked about. Okay, and the CEO said to me, there was no need to put a line item in because the council had made a decision by absolute majority. And here we are again, doing the same thing and forcing the same people to come here and ask again. That's not how it works. We made the decision. Okay, so in light of that, again, to ensure that we don't have to, bring this up again, I suggest that we go with the 75% reduction, which will then bring the fees down to a realistic level. If they're getting charged $20,000 to use the premises, it brings it down to $5,000. Okay, that's realistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. We'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? 4-2. I think they required an absolute majority.
No, Mr. Mayor, it was a simple.
It was a simple majority. Okay. Motion's carried. All right, moving on.
Mr. Mayor, for part 2 of this,
yes,
I would like to...
Mr. Mayor, can you call the item? You stopped me from doing this, so I'd like the same thing done.
12.2.2. Yes. Yes. We're done. Correct. No, part 2 now.
Just...
That's right. Yes, that's a motion. Yeah. A little bit on the screen. Okay. Could I get a mover,
Mr.
please,
Mayor,
for it?
What, is this the, is
This
this
the
the,
new motion? This is the new motion, 75%.
hang on, oh, that was the, no, you confused me now. We did the amendment on the 75?
Correct.
We're going down to, okay, thank you.
Correct.
Yep, thank you.
So you need to move it on that. Okay. Can I move it,
So
please?
move, Mr. Mayor.
Move. Thank you, Mr. Blanco. Is there a seconder? Councillor Butson, thank you. Is there any against that motion? The motion is on the screen. Yep. 75%. So if I move with Councillor Blanco, I've got a seconder of Councillor Butson. Is there any against? Okay. Motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. All right. It's on block. Part 2, yep. Yep. Okay, officer recommendation on requires absolute majority. Okay, can I have a mover, please, on recommendation number
You call
2?
the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Motion number 12.2.2 on recommendation number 2.
Read it out,
On
Mr.
the
Mayor.
screen. It's on the screen. The council supports amendment 2024-25 schedule of fees and charges for all council facilities and allow for organisations to provide the community a benefit to apply a 50%, is it? Yes, yep, 50%. Yep. For your hire for the purpose to apply for the 2024-25 schedule fees and charges. Community benefit refers to programs or activities that provide treatment and or promote health well-being in response to the local community needs. Okay, can I
Mr. Mayor, could I move that motion with an amendment?
move it with the amendment?
With an amendment
Yes. Okay, what's the amendment, Councillor Blanco?
to change 50 to 75.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Butson. Because anyone against that?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move a procedural motion here to defer the item. So I can reference so this is procedural motion part 12, 12.1D, that the motion be deferred until the CEO comes back with a draft policy and a report on the cost implications.
Point of
and
order.
That could be until the next OCM or the November OCM. So it is very time bound. It's either the next OCM.
Could I get the number of that procedure?
Yes. 12.1D, that the motion be deferred. So I'm giving you a reason for the deferment and I'm giving you a time period. So it is time bound.
Mr. Mayor, can you clarify? We have a mover and a seconder.
Correct. We have a mover and a seconder, and we have Councillor Barlow as the procedure.
Yes, as put a procedural in.
Yes.
Is that allowed after a?
Yes, it is.
Can I get a area where it states that in standing orders? It's interesting to me.
Yeah.
That's all. I haven't seen this one
Sorry.
before. So.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'll draw your attention to clause 12.4, which relates to the right of reply on a substantive motion, that the carrying of a procedural motion. I'm down too far. 12.3. No person who has moved, seconded, or spoken for or against a substantive can move an amended substantive motion. They may move any procedural motion. So as long as you haven't contributed to the debate, you can move a procedural motion as it relates to procedure, not a substantive motion.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Yep. Yeah, put it on the screen. We're just typing it up for you. Yep. Are you happy with that, Councillor Boy?
Just through the chair, asking for a clarification.
Yes, certainly.
It needs to be time bound, so it has to be either the next month's OCM or the November OCM. I would like to put that. Just, I would like advice from the administration as to what is possible, whether it is the next month or the November OCM.
Yes, certainly. Yeah. So do you want to just talk? November.
We'll make a commitment to prioritise this one and try and get back to you for the October meeting. Okay, doesn't give us much time to turn it around, but we'll work hard on it.
I appreciate that quick turnaround. October OCM, a full report on cost implications, and also a draft policy on which will guide us with waivers or discounting of higher fees for facilities. So word it correctly, please. That counts.
Mr. Mayor, this is just a procedural motion. So, you know, there is no, you know, just pick your procedural motion and that's it.
That's it. It's okay. Just waiting to come up. Yeah, with that, Councillor? Are you happy with that? It's coming up, sorry. Yep, okay. For members of the gallery, you know, this item has been deferred to...
No, Mr. Mayor, back it up. Back it up. You need a mover, you need a seconder, all right, and you need a vote.
Governance, can you just clarify that for us, please?
Yeah, through the chair, at the moment we have a mover, which is Councillor Rebello. We do need a seconder. And then important to note, there's no debate on a procedural motion.
That's right, okay. Okay. Is there a seconder for the... Yeah. Councillor Rance, okay, thank you. It's carried.
Mr. Mayor, you haven't asked for anyone against. Vote. I haven't voted. Two councillors haven't voted. That is a serious breach.
Okay. Apologies, okay. So we're against that? Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Bye.
There is
Mr.
no
Mayor,
debate.
no, that's not how it works. There is no debate on procedural motions, Mr. Mayor, so everyone just needs to vote.
Yes. That's right, the member can speak for it. Yes, thank you. Yes, Councillor Magoto, please speak for it. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
This is more a clarification for the members of public as well, that we will bring this part 2 of the item back next month, where we have a report on the costs. We have a policy in place on how we can go ahead with the waivers. And hence I would urge council in the spirit of good governance to support this procedural motion. I understand that there will be no further debate on it, but there is no rush to it. We are trying to get it done as quickly as possible, and therefore I would urge council to support the procedural motion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You put to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, casting vote in favour. Thank you. Okay. We'll move on.
Can you explain the outcome, Mr Mayor, so that people understand what's just happened?
In the audience, the vote went 3-3, had a casting vote to defer the item to the next ordinary council meeting. Okay, thank you. 12.4.1. Okay, 12.4.1. Is it what we're up to? You want a break? Okay. All right, it's all for a 5 minutes cover break. Okay, thank you. welcome back. Moving on to item number 12.3.2. Adopt the business plan for major land transaction for former yacht club premises. We've offered amendment before that requires an absolute majority vote. That Council 1, note the business plan of the major transaction for the former premise of the Port Hedland Yacht Club has been advertised in accordance with section 3.59 of the Local Government Act 1990. Thank you, Councillor Rents. Have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Bello. Is anyone against the motion?
Yes.
The things that have been said tonight about not having clubs and back to the matter is that down there, as has been pointed out tonight, we've got the, it's looking a bit dilapidated. We may as well take it and use it for what it needs to be and what it could be. The benefits of picking this up and going down this road with it is far outweigh the alternative of doing nothing. Or it's a great spot and deserves to be used as so. This is going to increase the local employment. We've heard the employees that will be coming here. We'll need the staff for the food and the beverage and the wait staff. Let's be honest, it'll add to the marina and it'll help boost the tourism. Especially if we get some attractive food and beverages services and get it really pumped up, it'll be quite a good experience down there. It's always going to be good generation of revenue for the town. We better off using it for what it should be and having a properly structured lease terms that we've got. It becomes a catalyst for further development. We've got the community buildings that wanted to go down there that hopefully are still in the works, and by revitalising this and making it a good and functioning business again would help that along and make it a really, really attractive place to be and use. So I'll leave it there and see what other people have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rents. Councillor Bello.
I'd like to first clarify that it is, and this is for members of our community in the gallery and of those listening in online as well, that the item is called major land transaction, but just to be very clear, the place is not being torn down. The place is not being sold off. It is called major land transaction because the value of what will be generated over the period of the lease is greater than 2 million. And that is why it has come to council. It needs an absolute majority. And that is the term that is used, but that building would very much be there. The intention of council is to make this place more livable. So let me just not recap also, but put out a few points that are already mentioned in the business plan. The community group that managed the club went into liquidation in May of 2022, because of which council had to, or rather the town wrote off those bad debts. The building was then, there was significant work done on the building. The point I'm trying to make is that this is nothing new that has come in. It's a process that has been in work for the last 2 years. This item has also come as a confidential item to council with the scope of works that are to be undertaken and with the lease amounts, the lease tenure. So the council has looked at it and it was passed unanimously at that stage by council, and hence I'm a little surprised that there are those that dissent to it, because they are the ones that voted for it unanimously at that point. This space with the new marina, with the marina development, will really increase the livability of the town. Bear in mind that from here also, even now, if this is approved by council, and there is further work to then be undertaken. And let me recap the scope of the work, which is the replacement of the current playground, the boundary fencing, the lawn and landscaping, the CCTVs, the toilets, bringing everything up to spec, the kitchen equipment, the non-structural walls being taken off. Basically, you're bringing that, the intention of council is, and this has been brought to council internally, it has been passed internally, that we now want to lease it out privately so it becomes a space for our community to enjoy. And hence I would request council to support this motion. I also want to clarify here that we do have our community groups like the fishing club, the game fishing club, and that is a plan that is still there. It is an intention of council to make the spaces around the marina available or have some sort of a solution there as well. So it is not that we are not looking at that aspect.
This as a major land transaction is because we will be given it away. All right. Someone else other than us will legally own it after we approve this and it goes through as a major land transaction. Building. This proposal. We should not do nothing and leave it empty. I'm not saying that. But we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of ratepayers' money to give the facility away. What I'm saying is there's a better way. Let's fix it. Let's run it ourselves and then put it back into a community group's hands, put them back in the driving seat with an oversight person that's employed by the town that has the responsibility for ensuring compliance to good business practice and profit making to cover all costs associated with the facility. I spoke about this with community groups when I was mayor, and they refused to listen. We tried to get them to allow us to come in and oversee what they were doing, and they clearly did not. So this is the fault of the community groups as well. This is not just the council's issue here or the administration. This is community groups, not managing. Significantly. Anyone that's operating that facility when we give it away, there's just no doubt that's just how it works. in relation to no public comment, there is no doubt about that, and it won't be, you know, a slap on the hand. Now, this is going to create some intense hatred towards the council, towards the administration. These sort of things do, and it's going to be compounded because of the loss of the you know, Bowls Club and other clubs that we've lost already. So, if you think you're going to survive the next election results by supporting giving away the yacht club, you better think again. You're going to get absolutely smashed. So, you know, I urge the council to reject this proposal, and let's, I know it's hard, you know, to believe that our administration would probably have the capacity to employ somebody that might be able to manage the centre and get it up to standard. But, you know, we've got to put that faith back into the administration and let them try. Let's knock this on the head. Let's spend the money on getting the facility up and running. Let's put a manager in there. Let's get it running, and then with a view to putting it back into the community's hands and let them run it without oversight. And, you know, if you stay on council, remember that when we, you know, propose a group to take it over, that we have the absolute oversight and that we manage them and ensure that they're effective in their business dealings. Thanks.
Just a point of clarification to the Chair.
Yep.
By giving away, do you mean sale or do you mean lease to an experienced service provider?
Just asking for clarification, Councillor Parker. It's okay. Okay, anyone else for? I'll speak for the motion. But this item and this year, 20 lease, which will basically return income back to the council. So the term giving it away is not correct. So thank you. Anyone else against? Yes, Councillor. Correct.
How many people from the town find a manager and some good people and run it ourselves for a year or two. I think we've got to make it go, but I don't think subsidising a private enterprise
looking at the leasing from back to 2022 to now. Unfortunately, I just think that the lease period is too long, especially with what we're actually doing. I do feel it needs to go back to the town. I do agree that we do need to renew the works, but under a commercial lease, why are we ripping out walls and doing that when it actually should be done by the person that actually would end up leasing the property? As when any commercial lease you go anywhere, you only get the shell and you have to do the inside and deck it out as to what you require. There hasn't been a lot of people actually asking about it, and I just feel that the leasing process, I do agree that we need to fix it, and that probably wouldn't be starting for at least a couple more months, so that's why I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parsons. Councillor Wrench, sum up, please.
Yeah, thank you everyone for the debate. I'd like to sort of agree with the mayor there that the the term dispose in this context doesn't mean selling off or giving away. It just means that transferring the rights to use and manage property under the specific terms agreed upon. Look, Mayor, we've heard a lot about, you know, the pushback that we're going to get if we go down this road and giving up another club and everything, and I must just move in different groups to everyone else, because all I've been hearing at least 2-3 times a week is just get it open, get a pub, get a venue, get some food, get something, because we are losing venues and everything. And look, as we say, we are losing the clubs, the bowls club, the rec club, you know, and it just, in my eyes, just sort of goes to show that the ones that are still here and still running aren't the clubs. So if they don't work, they don't work. And everybody wants something, but nobody's willing to do the work. It seems like nobody's wanted to do anything with anything or help out themselves to make these clubs work. And we're at the point now where, as I say, we're getting people just want venues, want nice places to go, have a drink, go with the family, and it is a beautiful venue, and they just want it open. And by rejecting this and putting it back is only going to delay it further. The marina will be open, it'll go back, we'll be going around in circles again, and then we'll end up having to either come back to the same spot and go over it all again. But I'm just purely all for getting it started and getting it up and running and giving the people of the town and the tourists and everyone else a nice spot to go have dinner and watch the sun go down. How that happens, I'm all for any options, but currently this is the best option we've got, and it makes sense to me. So I'm hoping that this one will get up and we can have a win and get the work started, and the leasees can come in and start making it what it should be. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rents. We'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? 3-3. Mr. casting a vote. Yeah, he's casting a vote for, but it's an absolute majority. So, yeah, I know. So I still use the casting vote. Okay. Motion's lost. Thank you. Moving on to item number 12.4.1. Award RFT 242501 Public Space Office Maintenance. We have often recommended before us that requires a simple majority vote. That council, one, authorises the Chief Executive Officer to enter into a contract for the award of RFT 242501 to the preferred tender to provide public open space maintenance service to the town of Port Hedland for agreed value of XX for 3 years. And 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to execute, administrate, to authorise the Chief Executive Officer to administrative and legal treatments of the enter the contract between the Town of Port Hedland Environmental Industries Proprietary Limited and the initial period for 2 years and discretionary option for a period for a further 1 year. Can I have a mover, please? Yep, Councillor Rents, thank you. A seconder. Councillor Rebello, thank you. Is one against? Okay, Councillor Rents.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, I'm all for this one. Look, we need to voting for this will just ensure the continuity of service and prevent the degradation of public spaces, and which will definitely happen if we have a lapse in maintenance contracts or not up to what it should be, and going through the selection process, attachments and everything. I feel like the people have done a good job of selecting this tenderer, and that they were the best choice. And I'll leave it there and see what comes back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ritz. Councillor Rebello.
I'll keep this short. This particular item has gone through an RFT process. We are looking at the successful tenderers. They have done work in the past as well. We are ensuring that open spaces will be well maintained. They will also be a support to the existing town staff that we have. And so all due process has been done. It is to ensure that we continue to provide our services properly, and it is to support the current town staff, and therefore I am for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebello. Is there anyone against? Councillor Blanco.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I am not supportive of this. Our goal should be to support local businesses that are based within Headland. And my understanding on this contract issue, this contract that's issued to the proponent is, you know, I don't know them. I don't see that they've got a current base in Headland. So you know, I'm supporting, and I'm trying to emphasise that you know, to the people doing contracts for the town, is that we issue contracts to local businesses that are based in Headland. You know, we know that the pressures that are put on local businesses because of staff, housing, insurance, power, water rates, rent, whatever, exceeds the viability of doing business within Headland. So to ensure that we keep the dwindling businesses that are left in this town, and to ensure that we actually apply our contracts to, you know, local first, which I believe, you know, is what we should be doing, and it was a focus of the council previously. You know, the price difference that you can see within the document really doesn't, you know, there isn't really much of a price difference between some of the proponents. So I think we should focus more on ensuring that we provide, you know, contracts and tenders to the people that have stuck it out in Headland and that stayed here. You know, to ensure that we help them through tough times, and tough times are definitely coming. So let's redo the tender, and let's support our local content more. And let me just, I'm a little bit unclear as to why, you know, the council would be talking about support from the staff in a you know, a tender process. I would hope that any tender that we issue our local businesses, you know, get the same support from, you know, staff members in, you know, applying, you know, the contract as they would give to anybody else. So I'm just a bit confused about why somebody would say that. you know, everybody's equal when it comes to this sort of stuff, and you know, let's focus on supporting our local businesses, you know, and giving the money that we generate from Port Hedland to you know, Port Hedland first. It's a good slogan, isn't it? Port Hedland first. Sounds a bit like the US election. Well, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco.
Through the chair,
Yes.
just a point of clarification, because it was something that I said. In terms of support, I meant that if something is not being, if a service is not being, no, I can, because it is something that you have said to me, that you have said, and you are referencing me, I have the opportunity to make a clarification here. The clarification is that if a service cannot be provided, then there is that additional support in terms of that we can provide by taking on service providers. There is also a point of clarification that I would request from the Director of Infrastructure. One of the two tenderers is a local small business. I would like for that to be confirmed, please.
Sorry, through the chair?
Yes.
Yeah, they're a local supplier. Yes. Yeah, up your grass, there's a local supplier.
Are they a local supplier?
Yes,
they are a local small business.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else for the motion? I'll also speak for the motion. I think our services around town, if they're for the public, I think that they're well maintained and looked after, and I think the maintenance on the service is very important for our community. So I'm also for support this motion. Okay, is anyone else against? Yes, Councillor McRae.
Look, there's no denying that you know, we probably need some help in some public open space maintenance, but you know, looking at the vendor response summary, we're looking at scores. You know, the difference in scores. You know, the winner allegedly gets 70 points. A local Indigenous company gets 68. They ticked every box. They might have been slightly more expensive. Why are we overlooking locals and engaging a Perth company? It just, you know, I looked at the matrix for weightings, for where the balances are, what people are given, and the local wasn't even part of that. I don't even understand why. You know, the percentage weighting. You know, there used to be a policy that, you know, local contractors got a 20 or a 30 or a 40% weighting for the contractor application, and it seems to have disappeared. I don't understand why. There are businesses here fully capable of this job, and yeah, I can't support bringing in someone else, especially in a market that appears to be downturning. Why would we bring someone from outside while local businesses are probably, if the market follows the usual cycle of iron ore prices, we're going to see a decline in business in the town. And last thing we want to do is bring in outsiders when the locals need it the most. So I can't support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McRae. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? I'll just sum up, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, could I speak again?
No. No. No.
Discriminating against me.
No. Councillor, read sum up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, everyone, for the chat. Look, I 100% hear what people are saying. We've got, you know, it was very close sort of evaluation as far as the scores go, all weighted very close to, first and second options. It was just the fact that mainly the price. And when it comes down to it, we go through this evaluation multi-party report to identify on paper the most eligible company for the position, and in this case it turns out that it is the winner of the tender. So fact of the matter is that we'd be doing a disservice to sort of go to all the work to do the evaluation report, go into it, look at it, report on it, and then just sort of go and choose who we want anyway. That would be a little bit too biased. As you say, everyone's got the same amount of opportunity to apply for tenders, no matter sort of where they come from, what they do. So selecting people just purely on the fact of that they are local is a bit biased. Why I do support what people are saying and saying that we should be looking for local first and supporting the groups. It just comes down to it that the on paper the tenderers that were awarded this were the best. They were the second cheapest, and that's all there is to it. And going through the responses and the research that I've done into it is that I have no doubt that they will be a good fit and be able to get the work done reliably. There's a few comments and questions with the other tender people that hence why they got scored a little bit lower. End of the day, we should be going with what the best fit is and what the best person for the job, and not hiring on sort of biased of who do we want just because we want them. So for that, I'm all for it. I think we should go through with it and get it happening. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rents. Now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? 3-3. It's a casting vote, also for it. Thank you. 12.5, Secretary Services nil. Item number 13. New business urgent nature related items is nil. Item number 14. Motion approved has been given, there is nil. Item number 15. Matters which the meeting may be closed for confidential matters. We have 8 confidential items to sit on tonight's agenda. I will now pursue a motion that we close the meeting to members of the public as prescribed in section 5.232 of the Local Government Act 1995 to consider items 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, 15.4, 15.15, 15.16, 15.7 and 15.8. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Bello. Have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Rents. Someone against the motion? Thank you. I now declare the meeting closed to the public at 8:48 p.m. I can request all members of the public to leave the chamber and thank you for your attendance tonight. This will allow us to remain inside to rejoin us after the measures have been discussed. Thank you. 15.3, 15.4, 15.5, 15.6, 15.7, and was all passed by simple majority. And 15.8 was also passed by absolute majority, simple majority. Okay, item number 16, closure. 16.1, the date of the next Ordinary Council meeting will be held on Wednesday, the 3rd of October, 5:30 p.m. 16.22, closure. Being no further business, I declare the meeting closed at 2 minutes past 10. I'd like to thank councillors, members of the public and the acting CEO, his staff for their attendance tonight. Thank you.